Good morning. Good morning. Denmark, a lovely city of Riga. This is the Danish pronunciation of the nice city. Yeah, and we are hosted by our friends. Here, we who is leading such a nice school, FQU West. Yeah, and here are different countries. So we are here people from Iceland, give a shot. Woo! We have Sweden. Woo! We have Estonia. Woo! Don't eat it today. We have Denmark. Finland. Yeah, more further you go, yeah, the first less noisy. Today's topic of our interesting journey, educational journey, it's in transforming food systems through Nordic sustainable solutions. You know that the Nordic countries has a special approach in terms of feeding, yeah, in terms of food. And you have, and we have all interesting approach as a schools, as in communities. So we want to learn from each other. We want to share good experiences and knowledge which you have. We want to provide some new perspective on the Nordic food systems and the need of change, because the global climate change which we see right now, you saw maybe just recently news in Europe what is happening. In Central Europe, even in my country right now, the climate is totally in disaster. So we want to contribute also to sustainable development goals. There are 17 sustainable development goals, and Nordic sustainable food. This could be one of the solutions for the global perspective for the other countries. So I'm really happy to give the floor right now for the host to welcome us, to say something about how your country is doing, or how your school is doing, and just give brief introduction where we are. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome to Vive. Actually, this is the oldest town in Denmark, so when you're visiting the town later on, you can actually imagine how it was in the old days. So yeah. This is a school called FGU West. It's for youngsters from 15 to 25. It's not ready to get an education, but so they can get 2 years at school here, so they can get they can develop the encouragement to get an education. Here in Ribe, it's a nature school, because we got some animals to be taken care of, we got some woods here. And then class with culture and event making. And then we got a class who's making the youngsters ready for the gymnasium here in Riga. Actually, I'm a head chief here, and I'm head chief in Varde. So the youngsters from Denmark actually is from another school, it's from Varde. So yeah, on a new school today, so we haven't seen it before. Have you seen it before? No, this is the first time you read it. If you want to go to the toilet, you have to go out of the building, this way, and the next door you have to enter. The first door on the left is the men's room, and the last door on the left is the girls' room. So you have to use the toilet down there.
So it's not in the woods?
No, it's not. You feel free if you want to. Yeah, and in Varde we got some other classes. Actually, we got a kitchen class in Varde, and they are preparing a meal later on, and they are coming with the meal. So they have made a project about Nordic food this week, so you can taste some of the Nordic food we got here. And tonight's dinner is at a hostel where I told them we have to have some Danish food, so they are preparing some Danish food for tonight also as well. Yeah, what are we doing for making the food healthy and green? Actually, we got some law about that in Denmark, that we have to think about what we are doing and how we are not wasting the food. So the kitchen in Varde, every Friday, they are taking all the food from the whole week and preparing it to one meal for the whole school, so we don't waste anything. That's the way we're doing it in Varde. And also we did it in Vive when we got the kitchen down here. So we're thinking about a lot about how we can transform the food so we can use everything of it. And but I think you have to you're going to discuss how you do it in your country and how we do it in Denmark. So this been quite interesting. Yeah. Tomorrow you shouldn't eat at your place because we got breakfast here. So and my kitchen has preparing it today also. So yeah, there's a lot of waste. We will not. So tomorrow you don't have to eat at the venue. Please eat here because we have prepared everything for you. So yeah. But I hope you are going to have some pleasant days here. And if you have any questions, just ask me. I'm joining almost all the time. So yeah. So welcome.
Thank you very much. So the holistic ecosystem approach to production is indispensable. The interlinkage between food, health, water, soil, forest, and energy is the key consideration at our countries. And the conference will be willing to share the experiences of different countries and the approaches which our communities is using. And find out the best solution, maybe, and try that at home. Why not? So what we will have today, the first one we will have keynote speeches, which is
going just in a minute. Then we have a panel discussions, panel discussions with young representatives who will be sharing with us their vision, their professionalism. A workshop where you could learn from each other. And of course we will conclude about the projects and so on. This event is the final event of the big program, which is called, just a second, which is called a very long name, Discovering Nordic Food Culture and Improving Sustainable Consumption Between Young People. So sustainable consumption. What is that? What do you think? Your proposals. Any 5 associations with the sustainable consumption? Please share with me.
Reducing your waste.
Reducing your waste, exactly. That's what we'll be doing tomorrow. We don't eat at the university, at the hotel, we eat here. Please? Okay, any more? Sustainable consumption.
Low transport.
Exactly. More? 3 more? Any association? Think about that?
Using products that are more sustainable for the environment.
Exactly. Caring about environment questions? Yes. Any more?
Less meat.
Less meat, yeah.
And maintaining current products.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, so this is what we're gonna be concentrating on. But also, we will look deeper into factors influencing the environment and social sustainability. We have sustainability in 3 pillars usually for the Nordic countries. This is a social pillar, this is economical pillar, and environmental. So this is the 3 main pillars which is the sustainability is built on, if you remember. 3 main ones. And that's the Nordic Council is covering. What we're going to be discussing as well also is transforming Nordic food systems and sustainable consumption. Yeah? How social sustainability could create inclusive society. Right now, the European governments and also Nordic country governments are discussing about green and just transition. You heard about these words, green and just transition. Green is more or less clear, right? Something which is valuable, less energy using and so on, but social justice. Just, yeah? What do you think what is about? Just transition. Transition to something good, yeah? We are going to something good. But just, yeah? Fair, if you want to transfer. Fair, what is the fairness, what do you think? That everyone will receive the same approach, for example, yeah? The same treating. Is it nice to be treated fairly, right? So this is also, for example, if changes are happening in your country or in your communities, that people who are in the communities, they are very different. We will say we have vulnerable groups, right? We have migrants, refugees, we also have people with special needs, grannies, they also need to have attention. Young people, it's also a very, very important group to whom we have to dedicate our time and support in time of green and just transition. So that you will be not left over or behind the decision-making table. That's usually what we do. We do communicate, we do collaborate, and we do make a decision jointly. And of course, we talk about towards production and consumption of plant-based food. Because just mentioned someone about meat. Yeah, Susan mentioned that. To use less meat, yeah. Because production of the meat, it's costly, and sometimes it's not even environmentally friendly. For example, if you know that chickens or cows are fed by antibiotics and so on, and then it's eaten by us, it also has an impact on health. And we know how much later on the government pays for the health. So we think twice before that. And reducing inequality. That means ensuring long-term well-being for all the people, right? I was just discovering a lot of documents from the Nordic Council. They just had a recent international conference by the governments on how to transform the Nordic food system for more secure. Because globally right now it's happening that the problem is a lot of chains of companies they're not available anymore to do the logistics. So now it's even more expensive to organize the transition. So there is such a called document like Agenda 2030. You heard about that? Who has been heard about that? Agenda 2030. What is this? Raise your hands. Who sure? Who knows? Good. Okay. So Agenda 2030. This is the goals of the United Nations. You know, like United Nations organization, right? Exists. They set up in 1990s the first MDG goals, Millennium Development Goals. Let's concentrate on 8 main problems, which is 1, poverty, right? Is a big goal. Can we reduce poverty till the end? There will be no poverty. What do you think? Never. It's always will be poverty, always. Can we make sure that everyone will be healthy? No. It's always someone will have diseases. And they create it very quickly. For example, just recently, COVID, yeah? That's we will know each other. Can we get up of greediness? Never. It's always exists. So that's why inequality in economics will be existing. And so on, so on. So there was 8 main problems. Later on, they was transformed by the governments in Rio de Janeiro in 2011 by the Summit of United Nations, where they agreed on 17. They make sure that there will be more clear goals, because 8 goals is too much. And poverty, what is that, right? What we talk about, is it financial poverty, is it social inclusion, and so on? So they make clear out 17 main big goals, but under each goal, there is a lot of another goals. So more clearly specified which targets we have to achieve. So more than 200 more specific goals are set up. And now there is also a bunch of the goals which is selected or related with the food as well. Food security. Who've been in Africa? Yeah. So, I mean, North Africa or Egypt or Tunisia? No? Yeah, I'm sure you've been. somewhere. You saw that the poverty there is completely a little bit different than in Europe. And if you go real Africa down, where is really hungry young people, so we want to deal with that as well. So how to reduce it and make it, and our impact will be not so hashy for them. So there was Agenda 2030 because the UN set up this. By 2030, we will try to achieve all these goals, or at least two major ones, right? So, and there is another goals, EU 2050, which is related with energy, that we will be CO2 emission free. You know that, yeah? Scientists told already that it's not possible. Physically, economically, and so on, it's not possible because we are too late with that. Anyway, I would like to give the floor, and before to panel discussion, just to raise the questions for you. The first, it's reduction of food loss and waste. Underline for yourself in the groups. Anyone at the table? Each table have a leader. Let's say, set up someone who will be reading, writing. Carol, you are here, okay? Alejandro, you are there, okay? Who will be writing? Maria, are you okay? To write. Do you have paper, pens? Yeah? Or write on the phone? Yeah. So, first, what we'll be discovering is reduction of the food loss and waste today. The second one, reduction of food loss and waste. Is it possible? My very good colleague from Estonia, Anneli, she believes that there is no waste as a word, because everything could be used. What do you think? Mostly, 99%. Of course, the time of dissolving of the plastic is longer than my life, and all of our lives. It could be difficult to use it, but still, it could be, and somehow. So, reduction of the food loss and waste. Second one, school meals and nutrition education. That's we, in my country, definitely are missing nutrition education. We don't have such a classes. What young people or parents should be eating or preparing. Third one health approach. So health questions, health. You could write just for health, yeah? And more or less, consumption reduction. Consumption reduction, yeah. So we have to reduce our consuming. Is it good or bad? Yes, for economy, consumption, when you use, it's good. More consume, and so the economy will be doing well. But for environment, for social, it's the question, big question. And of course, social equality, you can mention this way, social equality, that everyone could be included in the process. But now I would like to give the floor to my very good friend and colleague from Estonia and share his young on assessing the youth role in food systems transformation. German, the floor is yours. German.
What was the first one? But can you wait until we all have papers to write?
Okay. The first one was reduction of food loss and waste. Okay? I will repeat just once again. Reduction of the food loss and waste, schools, meals and nutrition education, health, okay, and reducing consumption. Okay, German, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm glad to have a beautiful morning, and now we're ready to move on. And I'm going to tell you about assessing the youth role in food system transformation. And I'm going to start that in October 2023. The UN Food and Agriculture Organization, aka FAO, hosted the World Food Forum in Rome, Italy. A graduate student delegate from George Washington University, passionate about racial justice and animal protection, attended the event. And so that was the conference. Maybe one of the most topics and ideas we're talking now were hosted there and started also of those startups and ideas coming from those conferences. And now I want to go to some interesting experience from different countries. So as a question for Sweden, do you know Solar Foods? It's your brand or corporation that is extremely interesting one. And their perspective is a protein out of the thin air. Sounds crazy. Yeah? No plants, no animals, or post protein for better good. And just to go on a web page, we can find out, thank you, what is a solein. And they made solein is able microbial protein alternative to soy, eggs, milk, meat, you name it, might it even make the food tastier. And they really make it through the air and from those little particles that we produce with the breathing. And maybe you know how generally we make the protein, like this thing. Anybody?
Growing plants and feeding those plants to animals.
Yeah, of course, but we make from the milk. And now we go to this topic that we're doing that from the air, and it sounds really crazy because I'm not gonna say a lot about. So about Estonian perspective, it's Ringo, and we're talking about it consuming, and also we should remember about indirect impact on our society and also food systems. And also for gymnasiums and university, it was a really nice step to move to that thing, because a lot of students want, and also teachers want to grab their food with them. And also what we're doing with the unusable packaging, we just throw it away. So they set up those buckets all around the city. It's like the thousands of them, it's really a bunch of them in Estonia, especially in Tallinn, that you can bring your own used packaging and recycle it. And here's another perspective. So if we're moving to the Estonian perspective, the need of the transformation, Estonian food system is characterized by traditional agriculture, which includes dairy farming. You know, Estonia one of the leading in the Baltic who doing dairy products, meat production and crop cultivation. The country rural also spaces and landscapes rich in biodiversity. So also like in other Nordic countries, especially if we're speaking about south part of the countries. And one of the maybe challenges they're doing in Estonian perspective and nowadays, it's a trend. It's a trend in the society that we're moving to in different perspective. We can talk also about the sport and healthcare issues. If we're talking about sport, it's enormous consuming of energetics and also those addings, sport addings. Of course, that is not the same one as we're talking about those steroids, but still, it's not the best trend in our society. If we're going about good perspective in school and also food systems, here comes the matter of new way of cooking, and also, as it was in my gymnasium, now I'm in university, and it's not working the same way, unfortunately, that also school is providing the one concrete company which is providing the chefs and also cookers to make food in the schools. But have also our small parliament in the school and also with the students, and we decided which menu with the doctors we want to see. It was a very nice strategy to also include more young people in this process and also understand how it's working. If we're talking just in general, how many carbs, proteins, and so on in food, it doesn't give us a real understanding what is that and also how the vitamins are working. But when we're just deep in it with the also like making a cross with other lessons like biology or chemistry is providing a beautiful understanding of it. Because like it was in my life in 10th grade when I came to chemistry, and it told me, so there is a group of acids and what they're doing, oh, we don't know. But when we can see which acids are healthy for us, which are not also, and to understand how to use them properly, because food is not working that you're eat beef and you're the beef. Of course not. You're taking just a small particles of it, and also the concrete chain of products. And cultural economic barriers, unfortunately, in Estonia is getting worse nowadays, and also a lot of law changing. But in Estonian traditional food practices, including a diet rich in meat and dairy, remain deeply ingrained in the culture. And so also we can speak about the trends from the Nordic countries when we're trying to eat more plant-based food, and also trying to find new recipes. Also, like in our conferences, we're producing new recipes, new vision, new ideas of consuming food, and also how to cook it. Systematic barriers. It was in Estonia for many years, and also in other countries. The industrial food system in Estonia, as elsewhere, is heavily influenced by large agricultural companies and agribusiness interests. But adding to innovation startups, also the student noted that youth policy discussions, particularly in North Estonia, concentrated on changing students' dietary choices. And also, we are adding more lessons to our school systems to provide an understanding, and also just make the understanding wider. How's our organism health working, and also which impact it have with sustainability? Because when we are talking about long-term period, we just absorb some kind of food and don't really understand how many water we need to produce the rice, especially it, or even just this paper. So to make this paper, it just costs about 30 liters of water, and also it's come from indirect courses. Now in the university, I'm learning also environment and electricity technology, and it's connected to that point. So if we're talking about sustainability and also consumption, in Estonia it's taking a lot of resources. We're speaking a lot about electricity, but we're really forgetting about the heating systems and how it's working to provide the food, how to provide also comfortable environment for us. And here comes the matter of question, what we are ready to do and what we are able to do with use. And also there are a lot of trainings and conferences for the last 4 years coming to the agenda of 2030, which is leading to not only providing understanding, but also to make a co-work between the businesses, government, and youth and schools especially. And the need for food systems transformation in Estonia. And Estonia's food system is characterized by traditional agriculture, but to meet EU climate goals, including the European Green Deal and Farm to Fork strategy, which also Estonia accepted in 2020, Estonia must transform its food systems. This transformation includes reducing emissions, promoting sustainability agricultural practices, increasing local food production, and shifting towards more plant-based diet. And one of the good perspective in it is Friday for Future from Estonia. It's a movement in Estonia which has united young activists to push for more ambitious climate policies. So these young people emphasize the need for sustainable food systems, and where we are trying to amplify and make it more worldwide in the whole world about food systems. And also we are understanding that influence in policy making is really limited, and where we're speaking about new laws, new ideas. Yeah, there are also more ideas than the laws that we can access. And for the youth in Estonia and Tallinn, the main topics were high-level policy decision-making power remaining largely enhanced in older generations, and also come to the co-work. And here's the problem, because for a lot of older generation who may not prioritize the same issues and the same ideas, same ideology of the new movings, it's making some challenges. And also we should understand with whom we are working. From your perspective, it's pretty easy to manipulate, also to make a propaganda and so on and so on, but it's a matter of, is it sustainable, is it durable? And we're moving to cultural and economic barriers, which also connected to the most youth and helping us to provide more inclusive environment in the whole society, and furthermore, economic barriers such as relatively high cost of some sustainable or plant-based production can limit their accessibility on broader audience. And what we are trying to do, also, Estonian school system is trying to provide the activism in use that they are just make their on their own. Also, like planting the food in an apartment, in a house, it depends on which area you live. But also, if we're talking about the costs of the products, like if we're talking about basil or dill, and it really depends on how much we consume, because if we're talking about a whole system, it's not only working with us, it's a whole system with the governments, businesses, entrepreneurships, and also with the youth and all generations. But if we're talking about those atomic habits, which we have, and also we need to produce more understanding and also activism and motivation in younger generation. We're trying to also include the agricultural systems in school systems. Also, it's one of the nice examples is the open gardens in schools, when we also have our food, our plants. And what is happening now? Decline in home cooking and traditional diets. And society become more urbanized, especially in Tallinn and also big countries in the developed countries. And fast-paced, fewer people are cooking meals at home, relying instead on takeout, received meals, and restaurant dining. Traditional diet rich in whole foods such as fruits, vegetables, legumes, and whole grains are being replaced by Western-style diets. And that favor convenience and speed over nutritional value. The problem that global appetite for meat, particularly red and processed meat, has increased dramatically, while many cultural traditional ate plant-based or balanced diets, which are more important, with limited meat, modern diets, especially in high-income countries. And question for you, what do you think, for how many percent we just waste food system in high-income countries and developed countries? How many percent? The waste of food. That's a lot. 36% in high-income countries, very developed, good developed, and also with new ideas and solutions. A lot of solutions during the last 4 years and more. If we're talking about like Germany, it started from 1997, and we are moving forward to also not to waste that much. And of course, it's not only about our waste, and if we are thinking about that, maybe there's a company somewhere in Africa which is leading by some top organization, it's just doing some really bad things, and if we just cook on our own and consume widely and smartly, that's not gonna change. But the change in us, that was my speech about assessing the youth role in food systems transformation. Most of that come from my speech in Estonian perspective, and I really look forward to hear it from the different countries, as we are here in Nordic-Baltic conference, and want to say thank you that you are here and enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much. We have now
20 minutes left before we will move to the second key panel, key topic, key speaker, to think about two questions. So you have 20 minutes to reply on two questions. This ones. Think about what we need to change in our schools to reduce food loss. And guarantee a safer food for students? That's the question number one. Should I repeat?
Is it possible to put it
Um,
there? Or?
Yeah, so I will just repeat very quickly. So think about what we need to change in our schools in terms of reducing food loss, right? That's what we just discussed. That's almost 40%, yeah, if you take that. And guarantee a safer food. So because safety of the food is very important, you know what I mean? Because if you go in the shop, buy some ready food, it's not good one quality, you could stay 1 week not in the good shape, right? That's the first question. And the second question, what we need to change in terms of food production, yep, and consuming the green food. So what's supposed to be changed? Because you know, when you produce the food, is it plant-based food or is it meat food and so on? There is a certain regulations also. You know that there's a lot of bureaucrats in stays in Brussels. So they're writing down how the cucumber or tomato is supposed to be like that and so on and so on. And before that, we was just keeping everything in the bin. Or apples, right? The right shape, no, it's not gone. Skip. So what we need to change, because the consumer usually, that's who decides. You know that. You just go to the another shop and that's it. So think about that for 15 minutes left on 2 solutions for these questions. You could propose anything, any ideas on the table, on the paper. And we have 15 minutes for those 2 questions. Already? Let's go. German, помоги той группе.
So we just
Yeah, we discuss here.
fire
also behave, act. And when you are grow up, you tend to think, oh, I was doing this way, why am I changing? Because when you don't have this everyday based habits, then it's discipline. That's why sometimes you go. But for example, I make the habits for myself when I come to back home. I go straight away. At first, I take the shoes off, all the coat off, because this is the not in the house dress, right? And I go straight away wash my hands. Even if I do that, anything is for because you never know what is outside. So change the habits. And more.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with families. A lot of families love washing.
Yes, so parents as an example of, because youngsters are learning that's one of the main things we're teaching them. You do your part. Now when I see my brother, I see his children, and my nephew, you cooking, and it's nice, and you are doing, of course, I'm sure, I think that was not there's not of course, eating together with the hands and so on. For example, for me, it's like, oh, I'm not doing this. It's like, you're not respecting us. No, it's not because of respect. It's changed about something else. So I better take the plate and then go eat myself. So I'm sure you will be doing somehow this way. But in any perspective, it's so we have a second question.
Was the food production safe?
Oh, yeah. So, what do you think? What do you think every day?
Now, we're not talking about school or no.
We don't program the food productions, for example, you went today, you eat the meal. Is it produced here in Riga or Esbjerg?
Yeah, when we go to school, the food's produced at our school. Yeah. Yeah, but not vegetables, not grown.
But other products which is grown here, are they, what do you, for example, the same? Yeah, they export it from somewhere else. So, yeah. So you are
discussion. We will leave the results announcement later on. So keep your ideas and results on the paper. I'm really happy to pass the floor to our great expert, Professor Jonason from Aalborg University in Copenhagen. Yes, and the professor, the floor is yours. Yeah, and presentation as well. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the invitation. And as said here, I'm Michael, and I work at Aalborg University. The main campus is in northern Denmark, Aalborg, and we have also a big campus in Copenhagen, and in fact also one in Esbjerg, quite near here. And I agree with Basil to talk about something about what about producing and consuming more plant-based food. How is that going? So I'll talk about that. Feel free to interrupt if there's something you want to ask about, or then we can take a discussion afterwards. Yeah? Okay. So first talk a little bit about why we focus on this about plant-based food, and how can we analyze this about producing and consuming plant-based foods. Then I'll talk something about why we focus on this in Denmark, and then I will look at what are some examples of plant-based food. Is it something that looks like it was a meat burger, or is it something very, very different? So is it very innovative, or is it imitating the animal-based products? And then I talk about something we did with a lot of interviews with some Danish companies about plant-based food. And finally, something about how can we imagine that we could increase both production and consumption of plant-based food. So what I've been talking about is both some a pretty new report, 2 years old, that we did, interviewing a number of Danish companies that develop and produce and sell plant-based food. But it also goes back to some work quite a number of years ago, 15 years ago, where we developed the first climate-oriented dietary guidelines. So how is it, can we combine climate concerns with nutrition concerns? It goes quite well hand in hand. We did that. And almost at the same time, also quite 15 years ago, when the Danish Society of Engineers made their first climate plan, I was writing, together with some others, a chapter there about agriculture and food and so on. That was one of the first climate reports where that was discussed, and not only wind turbines and energy savings. But how can we actually understand what is going on in relation to plant-based food? First of all, we need to understand that this is can be a so-called sustainable transition, that we have an existing food system. We have a lot of food here. We get food here, meat, cheese, bread, and so on. But let's now imagine that we would like to see more plant-based food. How can that take place? And when we talk Denmark and also some other European countries, we have a very strong animal husbandry sector. A lot of animals, a lot of meat products. So how is that a barrier, or maybe not a barrier? So we need to understand this as where are we and where could we imagine that we would like to move. That would also need what we would call some innovation, that we need to develop some new food products. And when we talk innovation, it's also a question about, well, should the farmers be the first one to start growing lentils and then hope that somebody will process them? Or should we have the food industry saying, we would like to make something with lentils, but who will grow them? So this kind of interaction between production and consumption is very important when we talk sustainable transition. So this about seeing these existing value chains, but also try to develop some new value chains, is very important. And of course, if we take the single company, whether it's a new startup company that would like to produce some plant-based food based on lentils or mushrooms or whatever, what is actually the business model that they are developing? What are they selling, and how are they able to get their raw materials, and how do they sell it through the supermarkets or whatever? So we need to look into business models. And then public regulation is also important. We have already a lot of public regulation giving funding for the farmers for doing what they do today. We can have labels showing people that something is organic or healthy or whatever. So this is also important to understand these regulatory instruments. And some Danish researchers have some years ago, based on how Denmark and other countries have supported more organic food, they looked into different types of policy strategies or policy measures. So on the one hand, you could imagine that you would like to support the consumption and tell people, well, you should definitely eat more of this. So you could have a focus on the consumption or the demand side, a low focus or a high focus. Or you could imagine that you would focus mainly on production, encouraging the farmers to produce something new. And that could also be a high focus or a low focus or a high focus. And what is a good idea, and where Denmark was one of the only countries, was to focus on both a high focus on supporting demand and a high focus on supporting production. So that's why I put this yellow label here, that Denmark has been unique in relation to regulations, supporting both production and consumption of organic food. So this is also some of the, let's say, learning that we use when we discuss now plant-based food, which can be organic, can also not necessarily organic, but we can learn quite a lot from this kind of green transition or sustainable transition. So part of what I'll be talking about is that we did a number of interviews with some food companies, calling them on telephone, having an interview guideline, and then we looked into what is being done in the Netherlands, Germany, and Israel to learn from some other countries and see whether some of these experiences could maybe be moved or traveled to Denmark. But why plant-based food? Well, Denmark has actually, based on, among other things, that report that we made, then Denmark got their first, and I think it was the first in the world, they say, the first national action plan for plant-based food. And I translated the preface here from the Minister for Food, Agriculture and Fisheries. Plant-based food are the future. There's no doubt that we want to reduce the climate footprint from agriculture. We must all, in line with the official dietary guidelines, that we should eat more plants and so on and so on, eat more plants. But why is it so important with food and environment, including food and climate? Well, food is, in many countries, one of the main contributors to greenhouse gases, GHG. So it's around it's 25% of the national greenhouse gas emissions in Denmark, what is going on within the Danish borders. And if we look at what the Danes are consuming in terms of clothes and food and so on, then the food itself will be around 20%. Food production has two types of climate impact. And here it's quite important to be aware about there can be quite big difference in how much different types of food is influencing the climate. Typically, animal-based products have the highest impact on the climate, and plant-based food a lower impact, although there are differences we will see in a moment. And we have two types of greenhouse gases from food production. We have those that have directly to do with the energy consumption, so the tractor, the greenhouse that uses energy, and then we have a number of so-called non-energy related greenhouse gases. That is when we put manure on the field, when the cows are vomiting and so on, then there comes also some greenhouse gases. And why there's a big focus on animal food consumption is because there's a tendency when countries become richer and richer, then people tend to eat more meat, more animal-based products. So we can imagine that the climate impact from food production will increase. And then at the same time, there's also a lot of demand for land for other things. We would like to have maybe not plastic from oil and gas. We might want to make plastic from biomass. We might want to use biomass for energy purposes and so on. So there's a lot of competition for the land that we have. There's a Danish think tank called Consider. They did last year, let's say, a picture of the footprint. That's why it's a foot here. The average Danish citizen, their climate impact, and you can see here 20% comes from food, another 25% from transportation, housing, another 25%. And then you have up here at the toes, like things we do in our leisure time, our clothes, our electronic products, and so on. So food is quite important. Quite some years ago, some of my students made this CO2 pyramid. Normally, some of you might know this pyramid that normally would be so that what you should eat the most of from nutrition purpose would be down here, and what you should eat less of would be up here from nutrition purpose. But they put it then according to climate impact. So the higher in that pyramid, the higher climate impact, and the further down in the pyramid, the lower climate impact. And most of the time it will be so that the plant-based food is down here and the animal-based is higher up. But it's not all plant-based food that is necessarily have a very low climate impact. If we have products grown in greenhouses, so for example here just beside this chicken we have some tomatoes grown in a greenhouse. So greenhouses where we grow plants and use a lot of light and energy for heating can have a same climate impact as pork and chicken. Down here we have cabbage, carrots, potatoes, some fruit and so on. They have a much lower climate impact. If we fly in fruit, it has also a quite high climate impact.
So where would you put like wild domestic animals?
Ah. Sorry?
Where would you put like, since we eat like a lot of meat from elks or moose and deer, where would it be placed in this pyramid?
Well,
Because it's
if they're only
yeah.
eating grass and living wild, then they might not be that high.
No.
There's some discussions at the moment in Denmark about some of the cows that actually only live outside.
Yeah.
That they might, if they only eat grass, I'm not a specialist in it, but that they should actually be able to, I don't know if we can say, absorb more CO2 than they actually, or greenhouse gases than they emit when they are vomiting.
Yeah.
So
I was thinking more
that's
about like wild animals
Yeah.
that are not domestic ones that we
yeah,
still-
and you can say here we have it per kilo,
Yeah.
and when we look at, if I go to the next slide, you can say it's a combination of per kilo and how much we consume of it. So maybe it's high also from the wild animals, but as I said, there are some people saying that when you have the wild animals and they only eat grass, it's not such a big problem. Because what we did also some years ago, we took the data for what are the Danes eating, multiplied it with the numbers from the pyramid, and then we see how is the climate impact from the Danish average consumer, and milk products and dairy products is around half. So you can say that's a combination of high impact per kilo and a lot of kilos or liters. Then we have fruit and vegetables, it's around 17%, but low per kilo. Beverage, coffee, beers, cola, etc., 15%. Grain and bread, you can see only 7%. Fish, 4%, which is a combination of, for some fish, low climate impact, from some actually quite high climate impact, and not a huge consumption, at least in Denmark. Fat, 3%. Sugar and candies, 2%. Eggs, 1%. Okay, but now this, what is actually plant-based foods? So I have put here some examples of plant-based food from some advertisements and some articles and so on. First we can say, well, how can we look at plant-based food? What values? If we look at what companies are doing, what are they prioritizing? A number of companies, they focus a lot on producing something with protein. So there's a huge focus on producing peas and extracting the protein and then making some products out of that. So maybe some people say, well, if people don't eat meat, maybe they'll lack a protein. I don't think there's need to be a big fear for Danish people and most European people to really lack protein. But we can see a lot of the plant-based food being based on proteins, and there's also a big important discussion here of, well, should it be very fresh and not processed? But on the other hand, for some, at least the proteins here, if we don't process it, it might be difficult to digest it. So there's an important discussion there about processing versus nutritional content. But so a lot of focus on proteins. Then there's a focus on, well, how easy is it to integrate this food into the diet? And hopefully, if it's easy, I mean, you could imagine a burger from whatever the grill bar, you take out the meat and you put in a plant-based burger, and then you can just eat what you normally would eat. So you can say, well, do we mainly develop products that look like the corresponding animal products? Because then we would assume that it's easy to get into our busy daily life. And then there are also some companies that focus on, well, is this a sustainable product? Quite some companies that produce plant-based food also use organic plants. And some companies, they will use food waste or leftovers from juice production to produce plant-based food. Okay, what is it? So here we have, at least in Denmark, a traditional dish, some type of peas, dried peas, and you can then buy them in a bag, and there's a recipe for making this pea soup out of it, green pea soup. So this is a plant-based product that we have known for many years, not necessarily very popular among young people, but maybe it can become more popular. Then we have some products that really try to imitate something that we know. Here to the left we have a very, let's say, advanced, I don't know if we can call it plant-based, but they call it plant-based. So imagine that you take some genes that you would normally have in a cow, where those genes is part of that, enabling the cow to actually produce milk. If you insert that into a bacteria, you can make this bacteria make something like a milk product. Although you would have to add some nutrients, and maybe they have done some genetic modification. But that's something where you really go for, this should look like milk, although it's not milk. Then you have here a Danish startup company that produce what they call grandma's mackerel salad without mackerel. So here they have put in some soy, some pea protein, some tomatoes, etc., etc. And then they make a salad to put like a spread on bread, and then they try to refer to that this is like grandma would make it. So you can say both of them are imitating something we know. Here very, very advanced, a lot of research and development, and here a quite simple product, but making it like a type of product that we know. Another type of product that we know, the sausage, and here a number of sausages can be made from pea protein. Some of them they even put in, let me see which one was that. Here that they put in some powder from red beet and carrots to make this sausage become a little yellow, reddish, look like a meat, a regular meat sausage. So maybe going too far in the imitation, I would say. But here you can see a classic product we know, the sausage, and it can be made from pea protein. And sometimes they do quite a lot to make it really look like it was made from meat. Then we have here to the left what I call a low processed ready-made known product type. So here, this company here have taken some leftovers from some juice cafes where they make some juice from red beet, carrots, and so on, and then they take this leftover. They press out the juice, and you drink the juice, and then all the leftovers they can actually use for here making some kind of plant-based burger. And to the left we have some, what could we call it, a fricadelle also, made out of beans and peas and cauliflower and so on. A rather low processed product that you can almost make in your own kitchen. And the last example I will show before discussing how are things going in Denmark. To the left here you have a company, the Danes will know this, Ota. This a very old factory in Denmark producing originally cereals for your breakfast with milk and make you very, very strong. But they also on their machines make something with pea protein and taking some oat, and then they make some granulate, and you can then boil it with water and add your pasta, and then you have a vegetarian spaghetti bolognese without bolognese. And I guess many of you will also know this pasta salad that you can hear. Many of them are with chicken. Here it's just a plant-based one. So sometimes it can be quite easy to make the plant-based product. Okay. How are things going in Denmark? So we interviewed all these Danish companies that are starting up or are pretty old companies producing plant-based food. And we saw basically two types of companies. We saw a number of small companies, several of them startups that really say, well, we want to contribute to less climate impact. We want to do something that's very healthy and so on. So a lot of small and medium-sized companies. Some of them are afraid to call their products vegan or vegetarian because they have the feeling that some people might say, is it vegan or vegetarian? Oh, I'll not eat it. So they want to do something good for the climate and something healthy, but they are a little afraid of calling it vegan or vegetarian. And then we see some companies that already produce traditional milk, traditional meat products. They also see this plant-based food as a new market, and they move in there and imagine that they could get part of that market. So we have some established companies that move into this field, and we have a number of new companies trying to establish themselves within plant-based food. And as I said, a lot of those companies that we interviewed, they either produce or sell ingredients to make something that look like a meat product or a dairy product, a plant milk, for example. So this with peas is a very important raw material for many of the companies. And then we have also some other examples, porridge mix, liquid herbs, powder for herbal drinks, tofu, and so on. But there's a lot that has a focus on using peas as another protein source. And you can say, well, seen from a climate perspective, instead of growing something that you feed into a cow or a pig, and then you get some meat in the end, you could almost with the same plants just make products for human consumption. But you might have to grow some other types. Most of the Danish companies that produce plant-based food, they buy it either from Denmark or from some other Nordic countries. But there's a challenge that it's not always easy for the Danish food industry companies to get raw materials grown in Denmark for the plant-based food. This here is what we call a value chain. So out here we have the farmer producing the raw materials. We get it distributed, processed, distributed, getting into whatever shop where we buy it, and then we eat it at the end. And some of the challenges is, as I mentioned earlier on, should we first have a supply from the farmers and then they can hope that somebody will buy it, or should we have the food industry or maybe the retailers trying to pull this and encouraging farmers to do it? That's quite important when we want to make new types of food, both organic food and in this case here plant-based food. So they need to find a way of making agreements. Okay, the food industry might say, okay, if you promise to grow this from next year and the next 4 years, we will promise that we will buy it. Or maybe even the supermarkets will start saying, well, we would like to sell this, so if you would process it and get some agreement with the farmers, then we can start selling it, and then the farmer knows that he or she can sell it when they start growing it. This kind of value chain cooperation is important. And it can, especially for the small new businesses, be difficult to get into the shelves of the supermarket because there's a huge competition about getting in and having some centimeters on the shelves. How much can the supermarket earn per meter? And sometimes big companies, they actually pay to get some of their products on the shelves. So that can be hard for a small company to be able to do that. So we have seen some examples of really hard time for small companies to get on the shelves. Some of them also try to sell to the professional kitchens at workplaces, universities, etc., etc. But they say sometimes the people there in those kitchens here, that they lack competences to really work with plant-based food. What about the consumers? When we interviewed the companies, they say, well, some consumers are a little reluctant. So if they only once have bought something, tasted it and said, oh, it's not really delicious, then they say, well, I'll just continue with what I normally would eat. And they also said, the companies, that consumers are in that sense a little traditional. They would like to have something that look like something they know, a yogurt with strawberry, some spread like a pate, some vegetarian plant-based burgers, or here's some milk for their coffee. So there is also a challenge there with convincing the consumers about trying. And then they also say, well, there's a big difference how much you can sell this here in the countryside and how much you can sell in the bigger cities. You can sell it much more in the bigger cities. Some economic challenges. It requires some investments to get started, to develop the products, to get access to some equipment, and if you then even have to pay to get on the shelves in the shops, it's a challenge. And then it can also be a challenge that maybe you want to produce just small amounts, 100 kilos of something, which is not fitting into a very big machine. So there's something there with machines for doing small scale production that is missing. Of course, small companies can be quite fast in developing something, changing their production, but again, this challenge about getting into the supermarkets. And we must say that a lot of the food that Danish people buy, that comes from supermarkets. So supermarkets is a very important outlet, so to say, for all types of food products. And then this, let's say, step from being a startup, inventing something, trying it out in a kind of kitchen, and then really to become a strong commercial company that have some income, stable income. That's a Sometimes we talk about the valley of death, that you maybe get some support for being a startup, and then you need to get over here, and maybe all your investments when you try to go from small-scale kitchen production to really becoming a big company, that can be quite challenging. What can we do about this? I showed you earlier on this about we can focus on supporting production and trying also to support demand or consumption. We can imagine 4 different types of regulatory tools that we can use. Some of them supporting production and some of them supporting consumption. So on the one hand, we could imagine more training, more knowledge among those that produce the food. So for example, the professional kitchens, they need some new knowledge. We have now a new chef training for chefs called actually Green Kitchen Craftsman, a new education starting in Denmark, in order that to have the chefs and those people working in kitchens really being able to produce plant-based food. And at the same time, we could imagine that how can we tell consumers how to cook with plant-based products that is not just boiled cauliflower, but really how can you be innovative in the kitchen and how can you plan for making this type of food. Public regulation could be either some restrictions, some rules, some standards. And one thing we heard from the companies that if you are innovative, you want to make some plant-based food from seaweed or from algae, then it's a new type of food, so-called novel food. And in order to protect consumers from, there can be all types of chemicals in seaweed and algae, it takes quite some time to get this type of new products approved. If we look at consumption, if the municipalities would like to have some new types of food to offer in the canteen, in the school, in the hospital, etc., they still prioritize price quite high when they make these public tenders. That can be a challenge then for the plant-based food. Maybe we could make some economic incentives. We have in Denmark the possibility, if you are a farmer and you want to change some of your production from producing fodder for animals to producing plants for food, you can get some support. And we also have now a new so-called plant-based fund where you can get funding for plant-based food innovation. So that's a possibility. A limitation is that in Denmark, schools get subsidies for school milk, but still, as I've understood it, if it's a plant-based milk, call it, they cannot get the same subsidies. Then the whole knowledge infrastructure around a food sector is also important to focus on. And we have seen, especially in the Netherlands and in Germany, that established universities, for example, in the northern part of the Netherlands, around Wageningen, they're very active in developing some new networks, the plant valley, the plant community, and so on, to really support growing plant-based food, developing plant-based food. Another type of infrastructure in Denmark, for many years, there have been discussions about should we have a climate label on food. And I know why they discuss it, because there's a big fight between NGOs and then farmers, organizations on the other side. They would like all the meat products also to have a nice climate label and not being, so to say, worse than plant-based food. So they have many discussions about how to make this climate label, which might be a way of supporting or getting consumers more interested in the plant-based food. Experiences from the Netherlands, as I said, they have done quite a lot developing in their food valley around Wageningen. The university there developed a lot of new cooperations between companies and knowledge institutions. So they have developed the so-called protein community, the protein cluster, Proteins for Life, the Green Protein Alliance, and so on. So it's quite important that we look into developing some new innovation and knowledge infrastructures. So the Green Protein Alliance, so a lot of the retailers, so here we have the supermarkets, we have the catering, we have the food manufacturers, and we have the knowledge institutions. They are have gone together to create this Green Protein Alliance. And in Denmark, and this is then the last one, in our National Action Plan for Plant-Based Food, there's huge ambitions. Then we have to see whether we can live up to that. So here there's, again, from this National Action Plan, there's a great potential for a solid Danish contribution to the necessary global transformation of agriculture to more plant-based food, and that they hope that Danish agricultural production, agricultural experts, and the Danish population's habits can inspire the rest of the world. So the ambitions are high, maybe higher than the money they have put into it. But, well, it's interesting to see at least there's a huge plant-based fund that support products and also products based on plants. Yeah? That was it.
Any questions, please? Yes.
Why is the shrimp on top?
So what?
Why is the shrimp on top? In CO2 pyramid?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why the shrimp?
That's-
Yeah. You have good eyes. Yeah. That is because that today you have to sail quite far to get the shrimp. And then in order to really get a kilo of shrimp, then there's a lot of waste. That's how it is with shrimp. So there the transportation becomes, for fish, is quite high. Because otherwise, if it was from nutrition, it would have been maybe even at the bottom. You have good eyes, yeah?
Is that the same reason for why cod was high?
Sorry?
Is that like similar reason why cod, like the fish, was high on the pyramid as well? Is it not close to?
Well, I think
shore
for
here,
all
or-
the fish, I think it's mainly the transportation. I mean,
You have to
a lot of the
transport
data from this pyramid was from a Swedish study where there was a Swedish researcher going to Swedish supermarkets, taking down, I think, 200 different food products, and then say, okay, here's a cod. Okay, where did it come from? Dong, 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 dong. And I think for the fish, it's a lot about the transportation.
Okay, so this is local to Sweden, not to Denmark.
Yeah, but it's pretty much the same for quite a number of the products.
Because I know, like for the greenhouses, because in Iceland we have geothermal power and geothermal greenhouses, so that would not be the same CO2 for
Yeah.
grown food,
So-
of course. So it's some changes.
So maybe
between countries.
your greenhouse tomatoes would be more
A little bit
climate
better, probably.
friendly than the Danish ones.
Okay.
Because we did some calculation at the time that it's actually, from a CO2 perspective, it's better to transport it on a dirty truck all the way from Spain and up to Denmark, because you use so much heat and light. I mean, the tomatoes and the cucumbers are there getting light and heat all 24 hours.
Wow.
So it has a lot to do with what type of energy source you have.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone? Charles, please.
About the process, with vegetarian options or the green options. Like I've heard people say that if you take like vegetarian not butter, not real butter, and you leave it out in your yard, it won't like decompose. But if you take normal butter, it'll like melt down. So is there like an issue with some of these foods that they're like too processed, they're not actually healthy, they might not break down like normal food?
You mean the way it melts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just an example I've seen on the internet. Like if you take some veggie butter, you put it in your yard, it won't decompose for like a week.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's true. I'm asking. But the normal butter, it'll like melt down and be
Yeah.
eaten up by flies and so on.
Yeah. Well, I'm not an expert in this, but you're right in the sense that sometimes when they try to imitate, I mean, also if you look at the list of ingredients for plant-based yogurt, it's also quite long, and it could also be for the plant-based butters. On the other hand, if it was just for an oil made from rape seeds, that it would be quite simple.
Mm-hmm.
You can also say, because I also talk with some people about that, then they say, okay, if you think about the yogurt, you would take the fodder and put it through the cow. That would also be quite complicated. But yeah, you have quite some ingredients to produce the same emulsion that can actually have the same feeling in your mouth and so on.
We should maybe watch out for like different kinds of veggie butter and try to find the ones that are more healthy.
Yeah, I don't know if it's unhealthy, but
Yeah.
it shows the challenges from producing something that just look like the traditional animal product. I mean, if you want to fry something, okay, you can fry it in an oil. Of course, if you want to have a plant-based butter and put on your bread, under your cheese or something like that, you might have a challenge. And the same with plant-based cheese, vegan cheese. I'm a bit vegetarian for 40 years, but vegan cheese, not really. So some of those imitations, maybe we shouldn't go there.
I was thinking of meatballs, Swedish meatballs, vegetarians.
Yeah?
They call them vegetarian Swedish meatballs. You
Yeah,
shouldn't even have the word meat because
Yeah.
then you associate
But you like the vegetarian version?
meat.
Yeah?
Well, but I don't want to see that it pretends to be a meatball because
Yeah,
it's not
yeah.
a meatball, it's something different, and I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm happy. I mean, my daughter very often wants me to go to McDonald's or Burger King, so I'm happy today that they have at least a plant-based burger that I don't have to just take carrots
But
or
it's
something like
called-
that.
It has to be said what it is, you know. not
Yeah,
just-
yeah.
Because
Yeah, that's of course if it's
your brain, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But there are also people that want it to taste like meat and they want it
Yeah,
to feel
I
like
can
meat.
you said that was a demand. You said it was a demand for products that are similar.
Yeah.
So it's interesting.
Yeah, that
You're
is. I mean,
different,
that can be a way of those that maybe are a little skeptical. Okay, I can have my burger. So, and you're right. Some of those that they sell in some of the burger cafes, they are actually. Last year, I actually took 2 bites of one that turned out to be with meat because they made a mistake in the kitchen, and some of them looked so much like.
I also have a question for you. You said that there was a difference between the market in the city and in the countryside. What's the difference and why?
Yeah, we see the same with organic food. It can be that, some of it has to do with also how big a community is there. For example, in Germany and the Netherlands, where people live even more condensed than in Denmark, you have organic supermarkets, for example. So some of it has to do with how far should you go in order to have enough consumers or customers for your things. And then maybe for some people in the countryside, they would say, well, what's the problem with, I want to eat just like it has been all the time. So that can be another thing.
So there's a more
And maybe also in some cases, maybe some richer, wealthier, more educated people, or whatever, longer education in the city, they might also would prefer to eat this kind of things. So some critique from some of the countryside and how condensed people are. And okay, if you're in a city with 2 million people, maybe you can always find 100,000 that would like to buy something, but here in Ribe, maybe you will only find 20, and then maybe you have a challenge or something like that.
Okay, so it's basically down to how many people, like the percentage.
How many people, and then maybe also some differences, how much you love the traditional agriculture.
Personal values.
Yeah, different, yeah, you can say, yeah.
Yeah, so you mentioned that there's like obviously a difference between like the goals of kind of imitation with plant-based food and innovation. So which one do you think is better in just like your personal opinion?
Well, I like both. I mean, I can also like a hot dog or a burger. So I think it's fine to have these where you take some beans or something like that and then grind it and make a burger out of it. Where I don't like the imitation is if it goes too far, you put color in to make it look like something else, or you even have genetic modification or something like that. But yeah, I also like to just eat beans with some sauce and some rice and and so on. But for, let's say, the more fast food, you also know it's falafel probably. I mean, that's a traditional plant-based food with chickpeas and some lemon and so on. So as long as the imitation don't go that far and they put color in, I'm okay with that. But most of the time I prefer a good salad or a good casserole with beans and carrots and so on.
Hi.
Hi?
You said that Danish people are a bit reluctant to change their diets into a
Yeah, yeah.
plant-based diet. And that's my experience in Sweden as well. Which method do you think is a more effective one to change people's
That's
plant-based
yeah.
diet?
I mean, there's a lot of discussions about what can the public catering, so the canteens at the schools and universities, the workplaces and so on, that they could have a big role to actually show people what it is. I mean, our canteen at Aalborg University, they have for the last, 10 years had hot vegetarian meals every day, and I assume they sell less meat than they did before. So maybe this combination with even maybe providing the recipe could maybe make people eat more. But it is so then the Danish Vegetarian Foundation and the retail chain Co-op, they make some surveys among consumers, and fully vegetarian people, 3, 4, let's say 5% or something like that. But if you say how many people would have a meat-free day during the week, I think we get up to maybe 25% or something like that. So that's a challenge, both in terms of how to learn to cook it, the price of it, and the supply of it also. Yeah? Oops, sorry.
No? Then we will say big thank you very much for Michael. I would like to give a 10-minute break for fresh air and, like some exercise outside. Yeah? So, and we will be here in 10 minutes for first panel discussion with young people. Okay? Let's be here at 12 o'clock.
Can I steal this thing from you?
which is number 1. And I'm happy to introduce you the topic of the panel discussion. Youth engagement and transforming food systems to more sustainable ones. Nutrition, eating habits, and the role of education. Well, we are happy to present you the following experts. Maria Chupasova from Finland. Correct? Ivan Vasilevsky from Denmark. Compass. Stefan on Efrason. Kristelle Marielle Ramu from Estonia. And Jenny Magnusson from Sweden. Okay. So, as you know, the nutrition eating habits is very important. And we gain them from the parents. How we eat, what we eat. And sometimes we are taught at school how to eat and what you eat and when to eat. And what do you think? Does it have a big role in the transition of our habits? And does their education has a big role in transforming food systems? Who would like to start? Yes, please.
So in my opinion, obviously education has a very significant role on developing food habits and developing a healthy knowledge of how to consume food. And I think it's very important for schools specifically to teach the children that study there not only how to count or how to spell, but also these kind of basic traits of being a good human, like for example, consuming food sustainably.
Okay. Christella?
Yeah, I agree with her about schools teaching about how to teach children the more like sustainable ways how to consume stuff, so food and like everything else. But also like in the families themselves, like we should like make more like adult people to like make them understand that you need to teach your children also like at home to like see that the overconsumption is like pretty big problem. So like eat what you need, don't overuse it or something.
But also we have to teach parents sometimes, right?
Yeah, and like I said, it is like we have to make sure that the parents also understand that you need to teach them, and like we can teach them the same way.
Okay. Stefan?
Yeah, I think schools have they of course are very impactful, but they have limited impact based on what the parents need. Like just in terms of every type of education, if your child is supposed to be reading at home and the parents don't make them read at home, you're not going to get very far. I think it's the same when it comes to this. And in Iceland, like every morning, kids get we call it lýsi. It's cod liver oil because we don't get a lot of sun, and we need vitamin D. And that's like a habit that is in schools and is in some houses, but not in all. And that's something that we could do better at home, but we are quite good at in school.
Renee?
I think parents is a big source to teach their kids and other kids to eat healthy and eat often, and every kid needs to have every food, vitamins, meat, and every food.
Okay, Ivan, what's your opinion?
Yeah, I think it's important to have both the educational and the parent that they collaborate, because you have to extend the knowledge education from school to homes, and vice versa, education to get from the parents to school. So there should be a match between those. It's important so that you can go from school to home and still even you can impact your parents, because you say I've learned this in school, then it's important to have a match, I think.
All right. So if we talk about education, what do you think from personal perspective? Should we introduce at school a simple, correct one lesson which will be teaching us how to treat nutrition, because you need to know which is you need it, sometimes which you don't need it, right? To teach also how to eat, Because sometimes, you know, what the youngster, and that's it, and it's not good digested, right? Or we should just leave it on the parents outside of the school. We don't have to introduce that separate lesson. Just introduce it that the integration of each, let's say, task in the lessons is most important. For example, media literacy questions. It's integrated in any subject. You have to be critical thinking, you have to know the different challenges and so on. In terms of food and the digesting food, producing food, right? Consuming food and so on, should we be more specific? What do you think, please, Maria?
I think that you mentioned like critical thinking skills, and I think those are obviously very important for any human to be able to function in like everyday life. And I think one way to kind of train a child's like critical thinking skills as well as teach them to understand themselves and what they need, like personally. I think one of the biggest and like most important rules with like food consumption that should be taught to everyone, no matter who they are, and like everyone should follow it, is about like the food waste, because obviously that has a very negative impact on like our world, and we should obviously limit food waste. And I think the best thing to do that is educate like younger generations, for example, maybe in like even as young as like kindergarten, to only take what they're gonna eat.
All right, anyone?
Yeah, I think also that important to about education about nutrition, to learn people where the food comes from, what does it have, like what is good for you, what's inside the food, and also learn what you need for your body. So I think it's important, and I think it's schools. It should be in schools, because a parent at home, there is not necessarily need to teach that. If the parents have bad habits in food, then it won't be. They won't teach their own child to eat good food and healthy food. So I think school is an important role of that, and also about nutrition, not just food to eat something, but eat the food because you need it.
Right? You want? No?
Yeah, like I think we have often been taught in school some things that are purported to be facts, but like nutrition and just food science as a whole is not a simple science. Experts disagree wildly on things, and things like the food pyramid that we have is just, it's not good. It says that you need to eat grains and you need to eat red meat. When in all seriousness, that's not something we all need in our diets, and people survive without it all the time. And so it's like false information in literature is getting into our education system in this way as well.
So in terms of nutrition and eating habits, can you mention me what is currently young people nutrition eating habits?
I don't know. Can you repeat the question?
What is the currently young people? What young people think what they are eating habits? So are they eating mostly fresh and green?
No.
Or they mostly interested in another way of eating? No?
I think
Consuming
it's more popular now to eat fast food, like McDonald's or other fast food companies. And I think also parents have been lazier to serve the kids healthy food. Yeah, so that's what I think.
Right. Yeah.
Well, the most popular thing right now in a lot of like, youth communities is like caffeine intake. So like especially energy drinks, even like coffee has kind of started to go down, but energy drinks are like
energy drinks as well.
so high.
Okay. So but at schools, what your school propose to eat?
We have a school cafeteria where there is many options, many greens, but many students choose to eat fast food, McDonald's, because we have it right beside the school. So when it's bad food, they think they don't like food in the school, they go to McDonald's. But,
Thank you. What was at your school when you was
Yeah, we actually had a cafeteria in my secondary school. We had a cafeteria with, like, yeah, quite healthy food, varying. Like sometimes it was something that I would maybe not suggest to be eating at school, like deep fried chicken and nothing healthy with it. But of course, this was like paid for by the school in some way. But the kids had to pay as well for the food, and it was actually cheaper to go to the store next door and buy like a plastic packed sandwich and a half liter of soda. That was cheaper than getting like food in school. So many people did that, of course.
Thank you, Maria.
I think I agree, obviously, with the people who were talking before me, because I think for us as well, we have free food, which is obviously a benefit in many aspects because it doesn't force you to pay for something that, in my opinion, should be a basic human right to be able to feed yourself and survive. But that also causes like a problem, like the other people mentioned that. Oftentimes, if the food isn't of that good of a quality because it's free for us students. So if the quality isn't that good or just the school decides to put meals that aren't good, then people would rather opt to pay a little bit of money to go eat something that's probably horrible for their bodies, but they'd rather kind of not eat the school food even though it's free.
Okay. Ivan, what is your experience?
Yeah, as a trend right now, young people are eating processed food, fast food. It's fast carb, but you not get a lot of nutrition from it. But in Denmark, we don't have. You have, of course, canteen, but it's usually drinks and small snacks. Usually, you have your own meal box with you, or like some food with you from home, and you eat that. And if you don't have, you go somewhere else. But the break that you have is very short, so you can't like go out and get some nice food because you don't have time to do that. So you either do some fast food or some sandwiches that is pre-made, and that I think is the problem, that there is no like places that offers healthy food in short period of time, especially around the schools area.
Okay. Can you influence for example, when you was a student, can you influence the canteen on menu selection, for example?
Well, I mean, at least for us, I'm in like gymnasium right now, and we recently actually got a survey about what types of meals that the school offers we like and what we don't like, so that they can try to limit like the amount of food they waste by maybe reducing the amount of time that we have those specific meals that everyone doesn't like, or just trying to figure out like what the new students are going to eat and what there is sense in kind of the school paying for, rather than just giving us whatever they think is healthy and just wasting their money on food.
Christella, you mentioned?
Well, during my time when I was in school, we didn't really the school didn't ask us exactly what we wanted. It's just we had one menu for everybody, and then there was for the people who had some kind of allergies, or vegan based or
special needs.
Yeah.
Special
So
requests, yeah.
you could choose between those two. But I know that in Tallinn there a lot of schools, I think it was 15 now, are part of the project called School Food for Change or something. And so basically there is this way that the canteen and the caterers, they are trying to make some kind of foods that are sustainable and healthy and look good. And they presented to students of these schools and started talking about it hey, yeah, it's maybe plant-based or this is meat-based or whatever, but these are good for you. And which one do you more like or want or something, and then these schools, these children could choose what kind they want and what do they exactly they want to eat. But in Tartu, I don't think so, at least in my time.
Okay. When you were a student, or you are still a student, for example, do you have any kind of lessons where you've been told or educated something about sustainable lifestyle. You know something about me. Sustainable lifestyle, to be a sustainable, to use the less resources, to be efficient in terms of finances, for example, and so on, efficient from resources, efficient from the time, and etc. Yes.
I think in Finland, children are educated really well, specifically about like matters that are related to like, ecological kind of awareness, and as well as food. We have in preschool or middle school actually, we have like specific lessons which are called like house working basically, and they focus on teaching us how to cook meals that are quite affordable and also healthy. And they also, those specific lessons, we also get taught about like budgeting and stuff like that. And we also have another entire subject which is called health education, which teaches you not only about like the food aspect of everything, but it teaches you about like nutrition and specific diseases that are like we see a lot in our everyday life, and how to treat them and how to deal with mental health and stress and stuff like that are actually very useful, I feel like. So we have 2 entire subjects dedicated to teaching us how to deal with real life stuff, for example.
That's nice. Anyone else?
In Sweden we have the same that you have, but we also learn about recycling and where to put different plastic and metallic and we learn from kindergarten to and up to 3rd grade, I think. So I think the Swedish people are pretty educated.
And also, I'm aware that you have a zoo, a small zoo in your school, right?
Yeah.
And also garden. So you're quite diverse in your approaches to the education process. That's very nice. What about Iceland?
Yeah, in Iceland, I can't speak for primary school. It has changed. It has changed a lot since I was there. But in secondary school, we've been doing this. At my school, we were doing this. We were focusing on the United Nations like world goals, if you know that. I don't know if that's the name. And we were focusing on that, and we were focusing a lot on sustainability. For 2 months, we had sustainability of use and sustainability of food. And we were learning about that in every single class, in like from math and English and Danish and Icelandic. We were learning about this, and that was quite eye-opening.
Okay, so do you have school gardens at school, or you did have before when you were studying? Do you?
Yeah.
Who had? Everyone had.
I think Denmark, no. Some small schools.
I know that in my primary school, like there was before me, when like, my primary school was like full on like primary and high school. But when I got there, they like thought that we don't need it anymore. So I was like the first year when they thought that.
I think for us it's not very like a generalized thing that every single school has a garden, but I think some schools, like my old school, we used to grow like spices and stuff ourselves. So it would be like quite interesting because you could just go outside like before lunchtime and get like, I don't know, like a carrot or something just from a garden that other students grew, and that was quite interesting. But I don't think it's in every single school, but a lot of schools, if they have the time and like ability to do so, they'll do.
Yeah. Imagine that you have to do a lesson for your students. How the lesson will looks like? Is it more theoretical, more practical? You go study visits. Imagine, give me your 1 hour of lesson. What you will be, and which topics you will be covering right now.
I will do more practical because myself don't like just sit and listen, because you get tired and you want to do something. Yeah.
On topics?
Maybe.
Key topics, for example.
I don't know.
2 topics mention. What do you think? Your will be listening, for example. On what?
I don't know. It's hard. Well, I need to.
Okay.
I would be talking about like practical, definitely. I'm a practical man. I don't like the theory, and yeah, I would be talking about, because we import a lot of food in Iceland. We don't grow a lot of fruit and vegetables in Iceland, as you can imagine. So I'd be talking about like the importance of eating local produce that has not been shipped, and local meat products. If you're going to eat meat products, eat them from the local area. And yeah, because a lot of the carbon footprint of a lot of food comes from the transportation of it. And if you live in Iceland, it's either transported by boat a very long way, or by plane oftentimes as well, which is really not good.
Yeah, okay. Christola?
Well, I'm also kind of like more theoretical part, so, but like I know that not a lot of people, so I would do like half and half. So, but like I would also like talk about like how to grow stuff like in your own home, because like everybody got a flower pot. You can put like a few seeds in it and you get tomato planting.
Exactly, and that's exciting.
Yeah, and it's like
when you are a small child,
Oh, yes.
doing
it's
that
like
and
really
you see
like
the development. That's nice, very nice approach. Yeah, thank you. Ivan?
There's a special word for that, education style, but when you're doing something like in form of a game.
Informal education.
Informal education, yes. I think that would be interesting. And the topics could be nutrition or like just food in general. I think it's important because a lot of the time you're in school you have to eat, and depend on what you eat is that how you perform in school or in your life generally.
I think because in Finland we already have like quite a lot of education about like sustainability, and I feel like sometimes it almost gets shoved down your throat, like when a lot of the time, like in biology for example, sustainability and stuff like that is repeated. So I feel like I would focus on something a little bit different and try to kind of teach or have a lesson where I try and teach people how to deal with like maybe negative emotions, for example, stress, because I think that's very important for people to know how to, you know, deal with, for example, stress without just breaking down and not being able to do anything. And I think that would also just help a lot of students, especially because obviously studying can be very stressful, and it would also I think impact the whole of Finland pretty well if we had like actual like lessons in every single school about how to deal with like these negative emotions or like mental strain.
Mental. Yeah. Imagine that tomorrow there is no more ability to transfer the food to Iceland. All right? And the Göteborg port is frozen. Yeah? Estonia is totally under ice. And we live with ice caves. Denmark is under threat of floods and everything, and Finland under attack of Russia. Just imagine. So what you will be doing? How you will survive? What do you think?
I will survive by maybe you have cans, conservations, where we can warm them up and survive for one day, or maybe go out in the forest.
Well, we produce much more fish than we need to live. We sell the majority of the fish that we catch to other countries, so just keeping that inside and making more geothermal greenhouses like we do, because we use hot water from the ground to warm up the greenhouses, and we don't need heat lamps for that. And then you have vegetables and you have fish, and we have lamb. We are famous for our lamb, you know. So I think we would be fine in that regard.
Surviving.
Oh yeah, easily. We would be thriving.
Yeah. The Icelandic people are very surviving people. What about Estonia under ice? In ice caves, what we will do?
Well, I know that we have like a lot of cows, so we can just, instead of like using dairy and stuff, we can just, I don't know, see what we can do with them. And like every other like animals and stuff, we can, I don't know, that are like, we know that they won't survive for long, so we can use them to survive for a period.
What about Denmark under floods?
Under floods, I mean Denmark have a big production of fish and pig meat, pork and everything. And of course we have windmills, so we have electricity enough, but I think the most reasonable thing to do is go back to basic, because a lot of people before us, they were living on this place, this earth, and they're doing stuff, and they survived.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think, well, first of all, if there was like a serious threat from basically anything, be it a hurricane for some reason or like a military threat, Finland has a lot of bunkers that I don't think many people know about, but near my house, I have physically seen 2 myself, and there's stockpiles of like supplies there already ready in case of an emergency. So I think a lot of people would go to the bunkers, or also Finnish people have been like really kind of, it has been suggested by the government to stockpile at least some supplies. Like again, in my family, for example, we have like a big suitcase just under a bed with like stuff like candles and batteries and like non-perishable foods. And I think a lot of families in Finland also have that as well. So I don't think if there was a serious emergency that like, I think a lot of people would be able to survive just based off of like the stockpiles and the bunkers, and then we'd kind of be able to figure out like a game plan from there.
I think also in this kind of kindnessization, people actually will begin to think about how they eat, what they eat, the waste management, everything. All the problems that we have now, they will become to think about those things, because you cannot just do as you like in those kind of situations.
Currently, we are very used to it with the flexibility. Everything is fine, right? We don't prepare for everything. But when you don't have energy, no more phones, TikToks, Twitters, Instagrams, no more, how I eat this today? You have to think about what's further will be happening, and discuss where the energy comes from. You know that agriculture depends on energy. Agriculture depends on chemicals, right? So to make a fertilize a lot more produce of tomatoes, gherkin, and so on, because we was not eating all that. Do you know how looks original bananas? Very tiny one. So now we created new technologies, and also, who knows, artificial intelligence, which is also could be one of possibility of development and one of the threats, right? Yeah. So, but if we go back to the education, what is the key message you want to transfer to your friends and colleagues at school, for example, or at university? What we have to do currently in terms of transforming the Nordic food into a more sustainable way of eating, growing, and consuming?
No. I think we need, every country needs recycling. It's very important.
That's number one. Yeah.
It's very important, and don't throw garbage on the
Yeah.
ground.
Yeah.
Many people are lazy and just throw it away when they need to be in a trash bag.
It's very nice you mentioned composting. You know, we even have a workshop on composting. I hope we will do it in Estonia, maybe in the next day, but we will definitely. It's very important. If you have a garden, that's very important to compost everything. Don't throw it away. Yeah?
Yeah, yeah, I would, yeah. I think the importance of eating locally produced food is, at least in Icelandic situation, the most important.
Exactly.
We should be eating more fish. We should be eating more local vegetables. Because you would think we eat a lot of fish in Iceland, but we really don't. We eat a lot of red meat. We eat a lot of imported vegetables. That is like our main diet in Iceland. So we should be eating more fish.
So change the habits and of course economical preference.
Yeah, like we used to eat mainly fish and potatoes and things that were easy to grow in Iceland, but with increased trade, of course, that changes.
Yeah, that's the question of the current political question of globalism and so on, because whether you prefer the cheapest one and the global one, let's say, or you prefer a little bit more expensive and invest in the local community, local entrepreneurship, right? That's the challenge. And that's what young people should do, also contribute economically, yeah, to create creativity and entrepreneurship ideas, and use energy. Iceland is a very good example how to use the energy in different manners, right? and in a right model, even there, where is agriculture is not really possible.
No.
Isn't it, right? Yeah, Priscilla.
I would say like toetada.
Support, to support.
Like, yeah, support like the local farmers and stuff. Like you said that to grow like your own, and like even if we have like smaller farms, that they should grow also something, and they should be able to market like these things too, and not only like buy from a supermarket. You should be able to buy from like a local source.
Oh, very good idea you mentioned. So, support local farmers and distribute the local farmers' food. Because sometimes, if you know, when you go on the shopping, the eyes contact is most promoted by huge companies' products. The low, let's say, low you pay for your promotion at the store, there are something on the back what you don't see. Or they are not even accepted. Because I remember once I tried with a local farmer to go in the store, and they said it's an out of number for engagement in entering the store. So that's the problem of local farmers to distribute. Because when you have, for example, digital platform, for example, when everyone who wants to gain local farmers' food and so on, they could digitally engage and don't have so as distributors. Because more people you have between the consumer and producer, more expensive your final product will be.
Yeah.
So that's a very good idea.
Like because we have like these like fairs and stuff, it's like these are the only times, like maybe 2-3 times a year they are like in the like Tartu, and this like the only time when I see like actual like small farms like showing the products and stuff, which are really good, but I'm not able to get it anywhere else except for like on a fair.
Yeah.
Which is like
that's problematic. Okay, Ivan?
Yeah, I agree, but also I think it's important to use the local product, but also eat in seasonal, because what you have in the season, that's what you have, and that's the best thing to use. It's not, then you can wait for another season to get some summer fruit or something else. So seasonal, but also I think it's important that we use a lot of the platforms that are made by some youth organization or companies who provide some help in the food terms and waste. So use the platforms that are available in the country to help the out organization, but also help the people around you, your community.
I think, well, everyone here has already said all the super smart, super logical things, I would say. But I think that all countries actually should aim to be self-sustainable. So they should aim to be able to produce everything that they need for their own survival, because I think while working with the rest of the world is obviously important and it kind of boosts the economy and everything, it's also really important to be able to, for every single country to be able to survive in case of like a disaster or an emergency or a situation where they can't rely on others to help them. And I think that's really important and will also force like the smaller like farms, for example, to be able to provide for the whole country in case of anything happening.
And the last not least, the theme which I want to discuss with you is health. You know that what you eat, that's what you look like, right? Usually. People, let's say, not very rich people who would not afford fancy organic products and so on, they usually eat very cheap food, some potatoes mainly, some pasta and so on, and they get bigger. Unfortunately, yeah. It's not because they want to eat, because they do not afford it, unfortunately. And of course, those who can afford it, they eat more expensive options, and they could afford it. But growing up, at least on vegetables, fruits, and so on, you could if you have, of course, the garden and so on. Or it could be a community gardens. In Estonia, for example, the city of Tallinn is promoting in all the communities that each community has a small apartments. They, between themselves, they created a garden, small one, you know, and each growing up there anything what they want. For example, I want carrots or I want tomatoes, and then they share if it's needed, because of course you don't need only carrots or only tomatoes. So, and this is how the community supports each other. So grassroots initiatives, which is I really like it, right? And I'm sure young people could do that at home with all friends and so on. So as educational options, right? As a fun options. And I mentioned that you like the games, right? To have this as a game, which is really one of the good methods to achieve the goals, right? So in terms of health, if something happens, unfortunately, you eat something wrong, you know, like some meat, you know, or anything like that, which is out of daytime, where you turn up, what you do?
Well, in Finland we have a really good public care system. So public health care is free most of the time for most things. So and also most like districts have their own hospitals, so you know where to turn to. Mm-hmm. And especially from my house, I've had like several medical emergencies, and it takes me less than 5 minutes to get to my region's kind of hospital by car. So I think it would make the most sense to go to like the hospital, and there's probably doctors who can tell you what to do and help you.
Will you complain to McDonald's if you eat the French potato or whatever it is not nice? Will you complain?
Yeah.
Yeah. What young people will complain?
Yeah.
Yeah, they will write official paper and so on. You know how the rules are. Not just coming to the county. No. Let's have to write official complaint. Yes.
I think you might be feeling a little bit too horrible in the stomach to write anything like immediately after something happens. And also, while I think it's obviously important to complain about things if there's like a serious health issue, especially if someone like dies from food poisoning.
Oh, of course, that's comfort. There is another
Exactly. So obviously there's really important factors, but if you get like a stomach bug and you think it might be from the McDonald's you ate yesterday, then I don't think there's really a point in complaining, because you're just going to get too many people involved and not really achieve anything, because the big company is not going to listen to one person complaining.
But if you go in the store and you buy something and you see, for example, sometimes it's covered, you know, in the bags. You buy a potato, for example, and it's in the bag, which you don't see, and half of that it's not used to it, right? So what you do? Will you go and complain? Will you ask the money back? Because it's important also for consumers to make a voice, right? Mm-hmm. Because if you don't, okay, we can continue that, right? That's usually the owners of companies do that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but young people usually what? They do, oh, no problem. So yeah, that's active participation. It's very important, isn't it?
Yeah.
And engagement of young people in the decision process.
But I think again it's about like critical thinking skills. So if you think it's a serious issue that could actually be like damaging to someone's health, especially if it's not just like, oh, my tummy kind of hurt because the milk was a little bit old, then I feel like you should maybe write to a complaint, for example, on the website of the whatever company is producing the product. But it makes no sense to go to the store and just shout at one of the workers or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that you're just going to ruin their day as well.
Yeah.
Exactly. But raising the voice of young people is important, because the only consumers, as you agree with me, has the right to change the situation. Mm-hmm. Because when, you know, like consumers are voting by the legs, they go to another store, and that's it. And give you an example. One of the young persons in America, he was unfortunately an influencer. It's kind of word, yeah, new word, influential. Social media and so on. He took the Delta flight company, American one. It's not connected directly with the food, but and he was not so perfectly, how we call, treated by the company and so on. And during just one video, which he recorded and spread it, the Delta company, how we call this, stock exchange, came down to 15%. So you could imagine how more than 300 millions they just lost because of the one person. So including the influentials could make a real change. But of course, there was a real problem because they was not treated well. You know, sometimes if you pay for the service, it's supposed to be treated accordingly. It's like a deal. You pay for that. And of course, engagement and active participation, I think it's what young people should do more, right? Especially in terms of what you eat, what you consume, and what you could invent as well. Maybe you could invent something which is, will be very public, open, and for example, maybe some app which could help young people to really understand in this so media full of information, disinformation, in terms of even eating habits, right? Should I eat this? Should I not, right? Is it healthy or is it not? So many professors could tell us anything. So thank you very much. Is there any questions more? Maria? No? Then we say thank you very much and we continue. Okay, we do the small stop for 3-5 minutes, yeah, and then
на велике уснул.
Просто пиздец. Three groups. Group number one is called walkie-talkie. Walkie-talkie. Exactly. That's the moving group with Susan. With the sportsman of Susan. You will be, 1/3 of you will be enjoying the weather and discussing the sustainability questions. The group number 2, which will be Maria group, will be developing a political statement or the youth statement on sustainability of the Nordic transition. Right? And the group number 3 will be developing a project. We could apply until 9th of October 50,000 euros if you want to, and gain the money in 8 weeks if we will be very successful. That's concluded with me. So feel free to select the group.
But we suggest that country before different
Yeah, and please no country-based approach, international approach.
Okay, first group.
I will be waiting outside. You need to put clothes on then if you're going to the walk and talk.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't know.
So 3 groups: walk and talk, project development, and political statement. All of them are very interesting.
the Nordic approach, updating of politics and climate change adaptation, reduction of food loss and waste. Oh, it's a lot of questions. So I will better concentrate on the politics and climate change adaptation, because we talk about the food loss, right? You okay with that? All right, so we have here Artemi, we have here Carl, we have Alejandra and Monica. German, will you be interested to participate? Of course you will be, voluntarily forced. As usually, that's my word. Okay. So, we're discussing the politics, and when it goes to the politics, the climate change politics, the sustainability projects, it goes from the local level, starting from the local level. So what is your personal opinion, first personal one, what we have to change in the politics at local level to improve our Nordic sustainable food systems to become more sustainable, less energy waste, and so on and so on. Carl.
Well, at the local level, I think we need to empower the local producers as much as possible. See how we can better adapt, to the local ecology, what makes sense, what is the most adaptive, and so on. But my opinions mostly, I think, we need to look at this at a global scale as well. I think that's probably, in many ways, the most important thing. Mm-hmm. Action is needed.
Okay, Alejandra?
Yeah, I think that the nature in general should be way better protected than it is today. Like in Denmark, it's only a very, very little percentage, maybe only maximum 3% of Danish nature that's properly protected against damage in any kind. So that, and then of course supporting a lot of these projects that has come after the, what's it called, ESGs, that the big firms now have to do. Mm-hmm. So many of these has been focused, at least in Denmark, on doing smaller projects, whereas the ones that are focusing on bigger projects, like for example in Skovgård, where they're rewildering under 300 hectares of land.
Say that it's very important to be smart about it and monitor more, because as it's working in our government, it's really easy to understand that a lot of people are not really in this topic. And also for going to speak about food systems, it's a huge topic. It's not talking about the food, it's also about the producing, about consumption, about also recycling and other options. We're talking about working with governments. It's also common management and for working with the youth adults and other generations to make it more wired and to stay in a more controlled way.
Right. Artemi? Какую? Ну, увлекал бы политику, да, дебат. Same English.
I think that need more political in that we'll speak to humans about ecology. Mm-hmm. That, for example, in Finland, in schools, we speak much about ecology, but if you go and ask someone older people, he don't know much about ecology. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So your point was about engaging young people to become also politicians, and advocating with the politicians for the youth interests, for youth rights, youth vision of the environmental questions. Right, that's very interesting. Thank you very much, Annika.
Well, it has been a very interesting day, and my thoughts are going around. I would say I'm not. I don't belong to the younger generation here.
As a teacher.
As a teacher, I became when I was a young teacher in the end of the 70s. No one would know what environmental was. Compost. Well, what's that? I went to my uncle in the farm. He was a farmer. He knows, but compost was a new word. So many new words, you know. So I started to educate. 20 years later, I think it was 2006. You all remember the American Vice President Al Gore. What was the name of his documentary film? Do you remember?
Inconvenient Truth.
Exactly, Inconvenient Truth. You know, everyone woke up, sort of. But I had had this 20 years talking about these things, and people got upset in the classroom. They could get upset. Why haven't anyone told us before? When they rushed home and they started to, recycle things. So that was the beginning of my career. And now, I mean, it's interesting. I cannot have a lesson about recycling. It's totally unnecessary because you all know what it is, you know. So I just want to say there has been a big progress during my lifetime as a teacher, and yeah, it will just go further on. And my mission now is my grandchildren. So I don't think I will be a leader of one of the projects you are talking about, but it's so nice.
But engagement of different groups.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah. So guys, you know that politics it's a very dirty thing, but it's very nice. That's Machiavelli, one of the greatest philosophers. And so when you engage with politics, you have to know that there are certain rules and impressions on the politics. So imagine you are the member of the city council and you have to adapt a new regulation. I just was recently reading about CO2 emission-free city of Oslo, if you know about that. They said by 2050, all our infrastructure, manufacturers and cars will be emission-free. For example, when you're building huge houses and so on, now they use the electric cars and electric vehicles, big ones. It's quite expensive. So imagine you have to introduce this law, what you will be starting with, how you will be tackling the issue. Will you make a strike, for example? You engage some businessmen or stakeholders. Who you will be working with on this issue?
In Reykjavik, I would love to make, if I could, the public transport free and to empower that a lot, because that's probably the biggest thing Reykjavik per se as a city alone could do. And we've had quite a mess with our public transport in Reykjavik. You know, the Social Democrats are in power. They promised the empowerment of public transport, but at the same time they're like they're not actually improving the public transport. It's getting worse, the service. It's getting more expensive. But at the same time, the city has the policy of trying to reduce the usage of cars. So they're not strengthening the public transport while they are limiting the capacity of cars to travel around and park and making cars more expensive. So that's a very big thing we need is free public transport. Electric vehicles are great, but it's not ecologically tenable for every person on the planet to have an electric car. We need electric buses, trains, and so on.
So we have to have the different approaches. For example, Heathrow, as you know that there is a process of having a hydroelectricity or something, which is new technologies. Okay, and Andrea, what you will gonna, which law you want to introduce to the politicians? What your first proposal will be?
I don't deal a lot with politics in general.
Yeah, but what you want to introduce?
I do more. I'm more on the ground, I would say, out with the people, doing changes. I think if it was me making any laws, then of course I would have a carbon tax. One of them at least. out of many other things. I think all of the bad things should be taxed, which we also have been doing in Denmark. Like, for example, we've raised the prices on cigarettes and on alcohol and all of these things, which reduces the overconsumption in the population. Still, we have issues with it, of course, but we can see we live in a very reward-built society. So to use that in our advantage in a time where everything is so critical could be a very good way to go forward with it.
Mm. But what about inclusion? You mentioned that all bad things should be taxed, but people eating, for example, not healthy food, not because of they don't want to, because they're not available for them. So will you have some exceptions in terms of different target groups? For example, young people or vulnerable groups.
Well, if healthy food is not taxed as heavily as unhealthy food, then they would be more able to afford the healthier options.
Okay, so try to have a measure, try to figure out these issues. Okay, Artem?
I will make public transport more accessible.
Mm.
For example, make it free. Government с налогов платить публичный транспорт.
Take the taxes and use it as a opportunity. Okay. Yeah, public transportation. It will be nice to have. We have the public transportation in Estonia free currently still, but it's government says we're looking forward to change that. Yeah, in Tallinn, yeah. But we also had public transportation between the regions, but not now. They changed it. We have to pay now. A very small one, but still. It's a nice proposal, but believe me, someone is paying that still, because nothing is free. Yeah.
Yes, Estonia is still standing, especially Tallinn with free public transport, but if you're gonna be in that role, I'll be more strict, because those regulations and laws, they should be very safe. We're talking for a long-term period, also with the hydrogen cars and also those developments, they're extremely dangerous, because it's very chemistry active elements, and also if we're talking about that we can like build a house or a car without CO2 emissions, that's not real, because we're just making a layer of bitumen. It also does a lot of indirect CO2 emissions that we don't really understand, and also here's the matter of from the previous workshop with the thought that we really need to understand that if we are buying something cheap now, it's gonna be more expensive in a few years, and if we are buying something more expensive now from our social market, from the concrete markets, from the local markets, it's gonna be cheaper in a few years, because it's also producing the more power and resources to those companies to be wider, be bigger, and also quality is gonna be on a top level. And for the laws is to strict them more, because also, as Vasily said, it's a very slippery road in the politics, and to make these laws more strict.
Free transportation we have, public in Gothenburg in Sweden, if you're a senior citizen. Not in the rushing times. So between 9 and 3 o'clock. That's one thing. I would like to go more the Danish way with where are the Danish people? Yeah, the bicycle you have, it's much better than ours. It's dangerous for us when we come here, because so many cyclists, but it's a good way of... But something that really annoys me, that is the e-trading. We haven't been talking about that at all. The free market makes this e-trading just progressing all the time. And that is, something is sick when you sit at home and you order 10 pairs of jeans and you can send them back with the next truck. And What is that? I mean, can we stop that?
To think about efficient way of doing any business with from the perspective of environment and care of the nature. So yeah, that's some true. Yeah, that's true. But when we talk with politics, yeah, but politics need young people. You agree with me? Because if we don't engage and actively engage young people, then the voice of young people will not be heard, isn't it? So what is your solution and best practice, if you can, of engaging young people from currently or previously? I remember one of the good practice which Annika was mentioning, what they've been doing in 70s and 80s and 90s. You mentioned even the one interesting movie about that was in the training. It was for young people. You saw us how in Sweden was previously was Baltic Sea was cleaner. Yeah, that's what. Yeah. So how you will engage young people? What we need to do? What it will be motivating them to change the local community, our surroundings, and be active. Like a power. Because the power comes only if there is a place for that. So if the people see that there is opportunity for that. Yeah. So Carl.
I would suggest people and maybe the education system would teach young people more about the history of class struggle. How different classes came into power in a sense. With democracy, sometimes called bourgeois revolutions, where we had this. Political democracy, at least for white men of property at first, but then we fought for universal suffrage. Everybody has the right to vote, and so on. These things did not happen on their own. They came about because people were actively advocating and fighting for them. So I think too many young people today, unfortunately, feel that there's little hope. We're heading for disaster. And there's nothing we can do to change it. It's a common thing I hear from people. But the reality is that only in the 19th century, a lot of people were still serfs. Basically slaves of the landowning class. So showing this history really can bring a perspective that big changes are possible. And I would like to add one point. Kind of a digression, but related to the free market in Iceland. Just last week, the Business Council, which is controlled by the big moneyed interests in Iceland, and it's actually staffed by a lot of young people recently graduated from business school, and they were doing a review of the government's climate actions, and they found that 9 out of 10 big actions of the government are financially untenable. That's what they said. Graduated from these fancy business schools. But the thing is, they're only looking at it from a very short perspective. They see that the profit margins decrease, from year to year, but they're not looking at the big picture. They're ecologically blind, and this is also where a class politics comes in. Why are decisions being taken, and who benefits? And for us to be able to do a just transition, we need more class consciousness and more activity from people.
Okay, Alejandra?
I've been out and about visiting small farms, smaller farms, because I truly do believe that's one key element into having a just transition is to have these local farmers and to support them as much as possible. And in that, some of the things I found out was one of them that the farmers are really screaming for the next generation to come, but the young people who want to go into farming, some of them at least, some of them that I spoke with, feel that it's a very rough place to work. A lot of the farmers have not really met the youngsters. That's one of them. And another of them is that most people who want to go into something agricultural doesn't want to run machines the rest of their lives, or not being able to actually work directly with the things that they produce because it's produced in such a big scale. So what's it called, to promote more of these, like the perma collective that is Skovvirke or Høsteriet, which is
here in Jylland. But the thing that I found out about Skovvirke was that they had to fight around 7 years, their government, because the way that it's been built up is that you have the people in the cities, and then you have the agricultural out in the outside of the city. And so to be allowed to do this big project, there are 6 different families that have started a permaculture collective. It's really a nice, awesome place. It's like a little haven to go into. But in order for them to be allowed to do this and to also then sell the produce has taken a long, long time. For the politicians to actually go in and support these initiatives is crucial, and to, again, this whole thing of protecting nature and also protecting the people who want to live off the land, to give them the opportunities to do this, and to give young people the knowledge and show them the places that they can do this and can live that way. We have a lot of people also in the cities that want to live somewhere in between, being close to a big city, but not having to be out where, before the cows turn back. And they want to live somewhere that is both sustainable, but also for them as a human, because we are social creatures, we need to be with others. And there's a lot of these things going on, but right now, because we are in a transition period, it's not getting the support and the attention that it needs, because these are the people actually out there doing it day by day and making sure that there is some kind of smaller societies that with time can grow, that can be more sustainable to live in than, for example, a city, which is also an alternative, but not in the long term a very good one.
Okay. And including also promoting young entrepreneurship, right?
Yes, exactly.
And innovation, because the youngsters always create something new and thinking out of the box. That's very important. Thank you very much. Artemi?
I think that in schools schools need to show that for young people that they have this option, that they can be a politician, they can change the world with.
To empower young people to believe in the use of advocacy and political work, right? Because sometimes young people doesn't think that they are taken seriously in the discussion of the questions, and this perceptions and habits is not good in terms of changes and their use work. Yeah, but your proposal is very good. Thank you very much. Gabriel.
It's sad but true to say that the best practices in Estonia were before the elections, when politics are just being very proactive, and there are also some good experience in it when some parties are trying their best and showing for youngsters how it can be, how those organizations and companies are working in this field, also in sustainability and also production, and also how does our systems working, like water cleaning systems, because it's a huge part of our life, but we don't really understand how it's working. We just know that somewhere there it's working fine, and now we here have a clean water. We have good resources, good products, but for politics, and also it's a good way to find some very fresh and very, if I can say it, fertile brains with new ideas, and find those people who is ready to act. That's one of the best practices, because for the youngsters who is not really into this big and sometimes strange life, it's some new ways to find themselves, because if you are not happy with some laws or a politician, become a politician and change them. It's also possible. It depends how many people you will encourage to that, and how many friends, close people to you, you will be able to make a corporate with.
Thank you very much. And okay.
Well, what was the question?
The question was how to improve young people engagement in the political decision-making process.
Well, as I said before, to be a teacher, to give the teachers more support, maybe.
Yeah, because then they could transfer the knowledge and skills and motivation from young people.
And I really believe in young people, because when I was young, you didn't know there were no problems. There were some war out there, but the climate change, these problems are so much greater, and I'm sure the next generation will have solutions. What you were talking about today was just, I'm a chemist also, and we were talking about this microbes in the air. It's just amazing.
Yeah. But you mentioned very good topic right now, which we also will be discussing.
But I had one comment.
Yeah, please.
Like, we don't need thousands of new politicians. You know, what we really need is an engaged citizenry and young people who take part in the politics. You know, a student organization demanding change together. That's how they change stuff. A union, you know, workers, they say we won't work until we get a better pay rise or better conditions, and that's what we need.
Yeah, that's very, very clever comment on what kind of young organizations we also need, because more politicians, the difficult the decision-making process will be. Yeah, but engaged and interested and motivated young person or youth organization in any topic, it's a very positive thing. Yeah, but the climate change adaptation, that's the thing which we have to deal with already, and we're dealing. So what do you think, how young people will be adapting to this problem, and how they could support the communities and decision makers, or even parents, in adapting to the climate change challenges, and what you see we are already doing, for example, building some bridges, gardening a lot of trees, and so on and so on and so on. Alejandra, what do you think?
I'm not really sure I understand the
how
question.
young people could adapt themselves to the climate change.
How we adapt ourselves to the climate change.
Yeah.
I think one of the first things that comes to mind is what we're doing right here. To build bridges, engage with other people, share best practices, and I think that everyone who's sitting in this room already knows what they can do in their lives in order to live more sustainable and to work towards a better shared future, because there's my good future and then there's our shared future. Those go hand in hand. But we already know, and we are doing a lot. I think one of the also important things to keep an eye out on is the things that are working and that we are developing, and to keep informed about all the bad things, of course, with the climate change and bad politics and so on and so on. But I truly do believe supporting more of these ongoing initiatives like this meeting here, or like the perma farms and the small farmings and other young people that comes up with great innovative ideas. Again, we're very well educated young people. We have a lot out there working for exactly this better future. I just tend to say a lot that, you know, peaceful people are not really heard because they're living peacefully at home. They don't need to yell out, but they're out there. And sometimes all we need to do is to find them.
Right. Good.
So in addition, I would like to say that young people should be curious. That is what's helping us for so many years. We're just finding some new solutions, some new ideas, new inventions. It's all already existing. We just need to find it and use it. And for the youngsters who is maybe not ready to act, but who are just really curious and want to find something for them, it's very important to be also part of something bigger. So starting from like those small things that you're starting to learn something, to study something, and just go deeper, and you find something interesting in it, something that is close to you. And for a lot of people, maybe
it's gonna be the same thing with sustainability, because we are the nature. To find those bridges, it's not really hard. And
when we're speaking about younger generation, it's also should be very smart about not to abuse the brains of them, because also of politicians and businessmen, entrepreneurship, it's very easy to manipulate with it. And also we should be smart about and think critically and try to see new perspective of the ideas of the news, so even if you see something with your own eyes, that shouldn't be true. Maybe just a coverage of something another.
Give small children knowledge, habits, and so it's just natural for them to live in a good way. And not giving, we were talking about that before, not giving them fear, because it is very scary what's happening around, isn't it?
Yeah, fear is the problem.
Yeah.
Because it could have consequences. Empower young people. Exactly, we'll say this one, right? Artemi, what is your solution proposal?
I don't.
Как бы ты адаптировался к изменению климата? What you will do, for example?
I agree with changes.
So you will accept them?
Yes.
And follow the changes which is happening. Yeah, that is also one of the options to follow and maybe turn later on to adapt. That's what we have to do, adapt and find the best way if things which we cannot control. We cannot control nature, we cannot control the changes which they brings. Yeah, and you saw yourself in our countries. We've been talking today about politics, about climate change adaptation, but could you name me just last thing is which policy, yeah, you will change straight away if you will become a mayor of your city? Yeah, which concrete? I will reduce number of trees, or I will set no more cats and dogs in houses, or something like that. Just to make one concrete law or change which you will be implementing.
Stop, neutralizing. It's called eutrophiering. When you know what I mean? Yeah, because that is a big problem when there comes a lot of nitrogen and phosphor out in the sea, lake.
Polluting
polluting, but not with. It's not toxic. It's just too much food. It's too much food for the organism there, and that needs oxygen. So the sea will have less oxygen, and then so many animals die.
Think about and biodiversity, and below.
Yes. And the chain in the sea. It's we have had a completely dead sea outside my summer house for 5-6 years now. You can see the swans are coming back when the swans are coming because there are small crabs and fishes. So it's changing. So we have
step by step.
More like that. That's I want to.
Well, the local level is very important.
International as well.
But the city could adapt to great things. But if the emissions continue to rise, for 2 decades more, it doesn't matter what the city does. What we really need to do is to outpower the fossil fuel companies and the big money interests that don't want to change. At the COP26, the single biggest lobbyist advocacy group at the conference were fossil fuel lobbyists. So what I think, one thing I would like to do, if I could, and we need to do, I think, is to either, seize the fossil fuel companies, seize their assets, and control the future of how they develop, or heavily regulate them and direct them into a transition. And the thing is, they won't do this willingly. They'll kick and scream all the way through. But we need to be able to out-organize them and out-power them, through democratic means.
Hopefully, democratically and peacefully.
Preferably.
My first law would be that Carl is in charge. Because he's absolutely right. I don't know enough about politics to give an educated reason to what my law would be and what it would be exactly. But I know what he's talking about right now. It's super fundamental. What I deal with is more on a personal level. And like I was talking with him when we were outside, it's so important that me and him, people like me and him, build bridges to understand what's happening on this level and on that level, so we can make this transition hand in hand.
Okay, brilliant approach. Okay, Gavin.
So maybe one of the easiest and shortest. So when I was in Northern Africa, I saw a bunch of trash and also in my country I can see the same thing, and it's not only about some concrete people or companies, it's about a lot of people who just throw the trash on the street and to give a penalties for it. Yeah. There's a short way, like it's done in a lot of Asian countries. It's not really hard to do it, but it's gonna be also help to our nature in city centers and also suburban areas to help with biodiversity, because if you're just thinking, so we're just throwing a paper or something, we don't understand how many accents and also metals and other elements are in there. So we just maybe just with the rain are decreasing the soil fertility and so on.
It's like in Sri Lanka, there's a law which said if you take any even dead bat in nature, you will be got 5 years in prison. Which I will not suggest to do.
That's not really a penalty.
Yeah, but it's kind of penalty also for the person. And I take your last proposal.
Yes, my first law is that everyone needs to must to have knowledge about sustainable development and ecology things. Yeah.
So improve the education and learning and acknowledgement also of acting in the support of young people. Thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you. All right, we have left last 15 minutes. German, Zeit German. We would like to share with you some results of our project. Of course, they will be developing still because we just gathering materials and so on. And if you want to learn more about the program which we've been running for this half a year, you could go on the webpage, follow us, it's called food.greenhabitat.eu. food.greenhabitat.eu. Okay. Oh yeah, I think your TOEFLs will be quicker than her. Is internet. All right. That's in English. It will be translated in the Nordic languages as well, in Danish, Finnish, Icelandic, I hope so. Yes, you have training programs which we have down there. Again, training programs. Yeah, that was one of them in Sweden. Another was one in Estonia. The materials of the trainings will be published in materials part. Just yeah, the other work in Sweden. We've been trying to discover consuming habits, production, and different materials and so on, and materials. So we will publish all the project materials over here in the recent time. And also, I suggest you to think about taking action, 10 practical steps for more consumers and green kitchen. That's interesting, isn't it? 10 steps. And number 1, source local agencies, right? Second, minimize food waste. Third, educate and inspire. Fourth, engage in continuous learning. Fifth, optimize energy and water use. It's very important to use. It's quite expensive, isn't it, right now? The water and the energy costs, and they will be raising up, unfortunately. Engage in community outreach. That's what was suggested, to engage in local activities. Lead by example. So that's also one of the options for you. And advocate for change. That's what we just discussed all together. Down. Is there anything else? No. Down? No? Okay. And the conference. That's our conference today. Just a brief descriptions. Blah blah blah. Down. Yeah, yeah, bless you. And tomorrow. Tomorrow will be real fun. I hope you prepare for battle between Nordics
And a little bit of story. Yes. Yes, so.
You're going to win.
Yes, I really hope so. That is, you know, when we do the projects, it's sometimes it's a lot of, so sometimes it's a lot of theoretical work, but